Just checking audio. Ja, okay. That was a bit too loud, I guess. Okay, now it's getting better. Sorry for the noise.
Morning. It is Adriana Valenzuela. I just wanted to check whether the sound is working properly.
Sorry, I did not follow what you said. Could you say again, please?
Welcome back to our international symposium, How To, from Climate Knowledge to Climate Action. Yesterday was an exciting day. We've tried to give impulses, food for thought, which can and could be further deepened in the personal discussions on site and maybe also virtually, so that connections were both made on a content and personal level, which will accompany you in the future, and that the Klimahaus is remembered as a place of empowerment and making something possible. And empowering people, and in particular young people, is an important point, especially today when thousands are demonstrating for a better future and the UN General Assembly is taking place at the same time, both under very difficult conditions. Be relevant for the youth was a sentence that I remember from yesterday. So give them the space and confidence to experience their own efficacy in terms of climate protection, and extracurricular learning places like museums or science centers actually provide so many opportunities to get the population involved in climate action that if you ask yourself how to, then maybe Adriana Valenzuela has an answer to this. She works with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at the Secretariat on Action for Climate Empowerment, short ACE. And the ACE agenda includes youth engagement within the UNCCC process, as well as climate education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation on these matters. So, hello, Adriana. Thank you very much for your time. We are really happy to learn more about the crucial connections between ACE and extracurricular learning places.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I hope that you can hear me. If you can do it, then first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizers, especially to the Climate House, and also to you, Philip, for inviting me to participate in this important and relevant conversation. As mentioned, I am the education and youth focal point of the UN climate change based in Bonn. And today, more than ever, the discussion about how we can empower people to take climate action is needed, and even more what we have seen with the pandemic. I would like to share with you some slides to give you a general overview about what is happening in the framework of the international policy and how it is connected with what you are doing and the role of museums, exhibitions, and citizens. Then I will share my screen. Then I will divide this short introduction in three parts. A general overview about what is Action for Climate Empowerment, how it is connected with the international agenda, and what will happen in 2020 and in the near future. Basically, Action for Climate Empowerment is connected and is the notes work on Article 6 of the Convention and Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. You may remember that in 1992, when governments met at the Rio summit in Brazil, they agreed three international conventions. And one of them was the Climate Change Convention, who outlines the importance of promoting education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation. The logo that you can see there is the logo of ACE, is the new name for Article 6 of the Convention and Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. And it has some principles behind. First of all, there are different colors and it represents diversity because we are in only one planet but with different realities and different circumstances. Also, you can see that there are people because the center of the climate change discussions is about people. It's about the most vulnerable communities that are affected by the impacts of climate change and how we can make the livelihoods and this new development that will be climate neutral but also climate resilient. And you can see also that people are like together. It represents the importance of international cooperation and partnerships. There are three key elements that I would like to highlight about why ACE is relevant and why it is also connected with the international debates. First of all, the latest IPCC reports outline that education, raising awareness, and also developing capacities of citizens, institutions, and the society itself will be fundamental to address the challenges of climate change and also to achieve the global goal of the 1.5 degrees. Secondly, the political will. The Paris Agreement and the Katowice package that I will talk a bit later also recognize this importance as part of the mandate, and also the global mobilization, as was mentioned at the beginning. Youth, but not only youth, also citizens are highlighting and stressing the importance to the need to address the climate crisis in a different way and the importance that everyone takes part. Before the conference in Paris, there was a global survey and they asked citizens what you consider is the best manner to tackle climate change. And more than the 76% reply that climate education is the best manner, the best instrument to tackle climate change. Here in this new slide, you can see the general overview and the timeline regarding ACE. First of all, Article 6 of the Convention in 1992, the Kyoto Protocol, that is also another international instrument, address the topics of education, training, and public awareness as part of Article 10. Article 12 of the Paris Agreement, this historical conference that adopted the Paris Agreement, a universal agenda that outlines the principle of intergenerational equity, also the importance to promote, to advance on mitigation, adaptation, but as well to promote education, raising awareness, public participation, and international cooperation. The COP that was organized in 2018, that was COP24, parties there discuss and agree the work program of the Paris Agreement. This work program is called the Katowice package. Basically, the Paris Agreement outlines what do we want to do. And the Katowice package, it says how we are going to do it. And this decision, the first decision of the Katowice package was on action for climate empowerment. And this decision recognized the key role that different stakeholders, including museums and cultural institutions, play to accelerate the implementation of the climate agenda. And I think that is very important recognition through all the work that museums and cultural institutions are doing. And finally, the Sustainable Development Goals, also adopted in 2015, and is the agenda to promote the work for planet, people, and prosperity. The evolution of ACE, basically you see here, there is a global framework for country-driven action that is called the Doha Work Program. And this year, 2020, parties are undertaking the final review of this Doha Work Program. There are several instruments outlining the importance of promoting public awareness and access to information as well as education, including the Lima Ministerial Declaration on AIDS. In 2015, we organized the first Education Day to showcase and recognize global action. We have the intermediate review of the Doha World Program in 2016 and 2020. Currently, countries are reviewing the Doha World Program and thinking what is needed to enhance implementation post 2020. Some of the ACE activities, we organize multi-stakeholder dialogue that bring together governments and non-party stakeholders, and we are very pleased that many representatives from museums have participated. Also, we organize different workshops and high-level events. We have also multiple activities to empower youth and to showcase their leadership. For instance, the Global Youth Video Competition that since 2015 have mobilized hundreds of videos showcasing youth climate action. There are these 2 dedicated days at the Conference of Parties that every year takes place, the Young and Future Generations Day and the Education Day. We also organize youth briefings and different events to bring together youth with decision makers. Basically, the Katowice package, the decision that I mentioned about ACE, highlights some key recommendations. The first one is that all the effort regarding Article 6 and Article 12 of the Paris Agreement should be considered when parties are discussing what needs to be done post-2020. The integration of education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation and international cooperation in all the climate change policies, including the national adaptation plans, the national determinate contribution, and the long-term strategies. Also, it invites countries to develop and implement national ACE strategies according to the national circumstances. And we are also pleased to know that more than 30 countries have developed national ACE strategies. The nomination of ACE focal points that are representative working at the national level and that also serve as a coordination point to foster the participation of multiple stakeholders. And the participation of non-party stakeholders have been outlined as a crucial. Why? Because governments alone will not be able to address all the challenges that we are facing. And it's only through this partnership to the empowerment of different stakeholders that we can accelerate climate action. Finally, I would like to mention what will happen next. Then since June this year, due to the pandemic, many of the in-person activities have been just changed to virtual interactions. We have organized 3 regional dialogues, bringing together governments and non-party stakeholders, and the next one will take place in October, is open to anyone that would like to join, and will be for the region of Africa and the MENA region. Also in November, I would like to invite you, there will be a global event socializing the results of these regional dialogues. In 2020 is also a very important year. Why? Because governments are reviewing the national determinate contributions that are kind of action plans that outline the commitments and the goals of governments to tackle climate change. In the first round of the NDCs, not all governments, not all countries included the elements of education, training, public awareness as part of this climate policy. Now that governments are reviewing the NDCs in 2020 is an opportunity for you at the national level to engage with your governments and to outline the importance of these elements to really accelerate the climate action. And next year, governments will conclude the review of the Doha World Program, but the most important is that they are thinking what is needed to be done next. And it means parties will negotiate a successive work program. They, through submissions, suggested to have a 5-year work program or a 10 years work program. And there were two suggestions. One, to extend the mandates of the Doha work program, or to have a new work program with concrete areas of work and also milestones and mechanisms to track progress and reporting. Finally, what I want to highlight is that museums, cultural institutions, and other non-party stakeholders are fundamental in this agenda. When we achieve and our parties, governments adopted the Paris Agreement, but also the SDGs, it has been one of the most important advances in the multilateral process. But now, with these international agendas, what we need is implementation. And museums and cultural institutions are these bridges that can translate very scientific and technical information in a very simple language to make possible that every person know how they can be part of the solution. Then to finalize, I would like to stress this kind of symposium spaces to exchange good practices are also important, to learn from each other, and also to discuss how working together we can move this agenda forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing from you.
For the second day, it shows that climate or effective climate protection is based on partnerships and education, first of all, and it needs involvement and dialogues and crazy ideas sometimes, maybe, or let's call them new approaches. And speaking of new approaches, there are two more highlights before we start with our discussion. Our dear supporter and friend, or Dr. Fitzheidorn, had a chat with his friend, the well-known sci-fi author Kim Stanley Robinson, and he wanted to say a few words.
From this distance to your conference from climate and knowledge to climate action, which is a very well-chosen title because we're at the moment in history when we know what to do, but we haven't yet done it, and we need to start to act. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation where everything that we can conceive to do to decarbonize our civilization and the atmosphere is worthy of our consideration. It needs study. It needs preliminary projects, pilot projects, like somewhat similar to your Polar Stern ship that is floating around in the frozen Arctic. All human projects now need to be targeted. And because we're in the time of COVID-19, I think it's appropriate to end with the idea that we have taught ourselves that when scared for our lives, people will change fast, that there is a belief in science, there's a belief in government, and when push comes to shove, when people are scared for their lives, they respond to their governments, they respond to their scientists to take the lead, to show the actions necessary, and then it gets done. So I take it this is what your conference will be discussing. I think it's the most important issue of our time, and this is not. This seems to me obvious and not controversial to say that. So I wish you all the best of luck in your conference proceedings and that good things come out of it. I wish I could be there, but I will be looking at the results and trying to learn more like everybody else. So again, best wishes. My thanks to my friend Fritz Heidorn and to everybody at the Bremerhaven Klimaathaus, which I visited in 2017 when there was the longitudinal study of the Earth, and an amazing building, an amazing institution, and I'm sure it will be a good host for this conference that you're having. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Poseidon, for making this possible and maintaining this connection or partnership. And secondly, because of the global climate strike today, we prepared a little action break, and Susanne and Imke will shortly introduce it to you.
Okay, so can you hear me? Yeah, right? Okay. Okay. So we asked ourselves how to support Fridays for Future today. So of course we want to be part of a global strike. And yeah, this MacBook. Thank you. Ach, wie schön. Okay, we will. Yeah, so presentation. Yeah, so this is a little bit, Okay, so Museums for Future invented a hashtag. It would be shown now, so we show you later. This is the hashtag culture facing crisis. So, and we want to produce a little movie for social media with you in the active break after the following discussion. So. Yeah, for this we put these little bags on the chairs, and you will find a mask in there, a white one, and a marker to write on this mask. And we want to ask everybody to write something on this mask inspired by the discussion we will have after this. And then after the discussion, we will go outside and produce a little film for social media, and we hope that you all participate and show your mask and show your, well, at least your eyes, and don't mind that they will be published on social media. So if anybody minds, you don't have to do this, but we hope that many of you participate in this, and we will show the result in the closing session this afternoon. Yeah, so just label your favorite statement for the global strike, or just the hashtag culture facing crisis. So, okay, thank you. And, thank you, and just follow us after the discussion outside. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we would like to hand over the mic to three people who have also worked intensively on participation processes. Actually, there are only two in the room, and the third will join us digitally. But it's better if they tell us themselves what it's all about. Please welcome Dr. Wiebke Rössig, project leader of the experimental field for participation and open science, at the Museum of Natural History Berlin, the Science for Future activist Dr. Klaus Jäger from the Helmholtz Institute Berlin, and last but not least, Lucia Pabel, Fridays for Future activist, live from Stuttgart.
Yeah, hello, good morning. I'm really happy to be here. It's the first conference, live conference I'm experiencing this year. And yeah, welcome also on the screens. So it's a hybrid conference. My name is Wiebke Rössig. I'm the lead of the so-called experimental field for participation and open science. That is an area inside our museum walkway, round walk at the Museum für Naturkunde Berlin. And we are experimenting with formats of participation, open science, dialogue, and debates. And together with Klaus Jäger from Helmholtz Zentrum Berlin and Lucia Pabel, we want to discuss today with you the role of different actors and reflect on how institutions, science, and activism complement each other, what challenges and what chances this connection poses. And this is an issue where the opinion can greatly differ. So above all, however, the perspective from which one looks at it leads to different perceptions. We would therefore like to use an example for that from my practice at the Museum für Naturkunde Berlin. It's the cooperation we have with Fridays for Future and the different formats that we developed partly together with them, and to reflect on that role. After a brief statement from our Director General, Johannes Vogel, I will begin introducing you to the background of the experimental field and the idea behind that cooperation. Then Klaus Jäger will present the view from the Scientists for Future on the role of science in that process. And our last input, we will see the video statement from Lucia Pabel, with whom we planned this session long before the big climate strike was scheduled for today. So we planned to be here and discuss that with all of you. But as Lucia is responsible manager for the strike in Stuttgart, now she's on the streets. And we hope to get her on the phone for a live, but I'm kindly doubting that because it seems very busy right now in Stuttgart. She sent a video statement and says warmly hello to all of you. After that, we hope to start into a lively discussion with you and maybe also with you on the screens, and hope that we get some perspectives from the Fridays for Future movement. Maybe some are here or can join the discussion. So yeah, I would like to start with the statement of the Director General of the Museum für Naturkunde.
Climate action. Hello and welcome. My name is Johannes Vogel. I'm the Director General of the Museum für Naturkunde Berlin. We have been very, very proud supporters and collaborators with Fridays for Future for the last 2 years. Why do we do that? And here I'm standing in our biodiversity wall, and you can see all the fantastic life on Earth that we share our wonderful planet with. And as you can also see, I'm at least as a mirror image in the picture myself. It's one of the things we take great pride on, doing very smart exhibitions, and here humans are drawn into the picture through their reflection. Humans are part of the natural world. We depend on a life support system that we call Earth. Fridays for Future is an eminently important bottom-up engagement of concerned, knowledgeable young people. What we shared with them was their quest for knowledge, our quest for knowledge and reflection, in order to create resonance between a bottom-up, scientifically driven movement and us as a scientific organization, Leibniz Research Museum for Biodiversity and Evolution. Where we met was our joint quest for knowledge, but that's not all. What is important in this day and age, in my opinion, is that we form larger and larger coalitions of knowledge in order to inform how we best can come to action. Nobody has a monopoly on fantastic ideas. The young people's movement comes up with a lot of energy, lots of demands, rightful demands, lots of ideas. We need to work together to find the right ways for action. As a research museum of the Leibniz Association, we foster, we explore deep questions about biodiversity and evolution, climate change, origin of the solar system. At the same time, we want to communicate our results and we want to inspire action for a sustainable world. That's where we meet in general. We are not an organization that can campaign, but we are an organization that can and wants to learn. What have we learned through Fridays for Future, you may now ask, if I proclaim that we are a learning institution. What has given me utter great confidence, has really inspired me, is the quest for knowledge and the science base of the Fridays for Future movement, which shows what role science can and have to play in society and for policy. This is what we have been constantly working with. This is where Fridays for Future has given us great inspiration. Diepke Ressig is developing this fantastic experiment, Dierfeld, where we meet with audiences that are interested in science and the role of research, including Fridays for Future. And she is feeding back into the organization how we, in our entire outlook, may want to change in order to stay relevant with you who are asking these deep, pertinent, and so urgent questions. Thank you.
I would, okay, yeah, thank you. So I would like to now have my presentation now. And, oh, thank you. Wait. Yes. Okay, as Johannes Vogel just mentioned, we are a research museum, or part of the Leibniz Gemeinschaft, and as such, we were, or the building, no, where do I have to point it to, actually? Ah, okay. The museum, the building, was constructed in the end of the 19th century as an open scientific collection. But it was then opened according to the new museum idea, with a separation between the collection and the educational exhibition. So the first idea to create that room for science, it was the part of the Royal Prussian collection, the natural history part of it, to build it a house, a home, where it is scientifically stored as a collection, but open to public. And it was constructed as a daylight museum. You can see that on the picture. It has huge windows. It's open. It's already the whole building has this appearance of openness already. But then the new museum idea, so-called new museum idea, struck the museum world, and the idea, well, is of course behind that a scientific collection is better stored in a dry and darker place, in well stored, and that the exhibition to the public should be educational and curated. So when the museum was open, it was according to this exhibition and a separated collection in rooms where there's a lot of daylight and huge windows, so because that was already constructed. The museum is undergoing a reorganization, and since the beginning of this century, it has been redoing exhibitions, and there is an ongoing and big process of restructuring the museum and the exhibitions and the way we use the building. And we are kind of, and that's why I'm telling you that, going back to the roots of the building. We want to be open, we want to show the science that is done in our building, and we want to show our collections. So, yeah. So what we think is very important in that is that we show that in an authentic way. So we show the real scientists doing their research, which is not staging, not a glass box of scientists who are preparing some fossils maybe for the public, but then look what fossil might be most suitable to prepare in public. But we are showing the whole process. So our colleagues do work in these open rooms. We see that a digitization process where they actually sit in front of their computers sometimes or have a tea, and the visitors see that. We also opened the exhibition planning department where I work. We have a planning lab where people can take a look into the exhibition planning. So this as a first step. But we also opened or we are trying to take this further. So from the exhibition planning together with scientists that work in our institution to getting their views on screens into the exhibition, we started experimenting with real dialogue and real encounters inside the museum. So take the museum as a forum for exchange between science and the public. So we tested this new format in a temporary exhibition called Artifacts. You can see that on the pictures. It was a joint exhibition with the artist J. Henry Fair, who is a photographer taking great photos from the sky to well, environmental destruction, but in a way that it seems to be an artistic picture. And behind these pictures, we showed the processes behind that and the science around these topics. And this was an exhibition developed together with the Joint Research Center of the EU Commission. And we started and developed the format of live discussions in the exhibitions and invited scientists to come, especially from the Joint Research Center of the EU Commission and our institution, the Museum für Naturkunde. But we also invited scientists from other institutions when the topic was suitable to the exhibition. So in the beginning, when we told that to our partners at the European Research, the Joint Research Center of the EU Commission, they were rather afraid of facing the public in the museum and not knowing who would come, what questions they would have, what they would like to discuss. So they asked us to collect the questions beforehand and hand them a list, which is impossible. Everyone working in a museum, you know that. We don't know who is coming that day and what questions they may have. So we invited some of our visitors and we invited some scientists and said, well, let's just test that out. And we asked them to mainly focus on asking questions to the public, just giving a really brief introduction to their topic, and then ask questions, and then permit questions from the public. And in the end of these tests, they were all really happy about it and said that we don't want to change a thing about that. That's fine. We are going to do that. So we did that in the temporary exhibition for around a year, and they were really happy about that, and most visitors were too. So we thought we take a next step and take that permanently into our exhibition. So we constructed the so-called experimental field, which I lead at the Museum für Naturkunde. And we focused on an open design. You see that the kitchen area there. So we constructed a kind of huge kitchen and a huge living room so people find themselves comfortable there, know what to do. So we try to focus on spaces where everyone knows what to do. So you sit down and talk. So that's basically what you do there. And we wanted to test formats there. We wanted to test out how far can we go with this dialogue, with participation, with engagement inside the exhibition ground walk, but also outside. So it's a room. The experimental field is the space, an area, a room, but it's also a concept, an idea that we can take out. And now in COVID-19, we took that mainly to the digital room, a digital space to discuss there. So there you see the living room. So we defined some goals for the area, which is we want to establish a dialogue between science and the public. We want to integrate new perspectives to our own research and our institution, our collection. And we want to be a space for exchange and joint development. And we want to develop science communication practices. So this key, especially the last one, the space for exchange was key when the Fridays for Future movement started, promoting listen to the scientist and referring to current research all over in that process of activism on taking that out onto the streets. And after a short chat with our Director General, you just saw him in that video statement, it was clear we have very similar ideas of what the role of our institution could be in that movement. So we thought we could be a good place to connect science, the movement, and the public and get them into a dialogue and provide a broader stage to the movement and to science around climate change. So we decided to open the museum for free entrance for students every Friday after the protest and invite scientists to discuss with activists and museum visitors and in that space. And then we were overwhelmed. So it was basically me and my one colleague organizing that, and then 200 activists came and 20 scientists. And it was it was kind of a mess, and Klaus was there. He knows it was kind of a mess. We didn't know who would come. But Johannes Vogel went to the protest, which is in Invalidenpark, just 100 meters from our museum, and invited them to come, and they all came. So it was kind of a real, it was a joy for all of us, but it was packed with people, the experimental field, and it was great. And it was great without much mediation, moderation. They just got into a dialogue. Basically, the scientists, they sat down, we prepared some info. They could just hold up their topic and people gathered around them, asked questions, discussed. There were all kind of different discussions. I don't know what actually was going on. There were so many people in there. They were all talking, and it was just great. So with time, this format was not needed anymore because Fridays for Future had found different ways to connect with science and politics. And so, but instead, Fridays for Future Berlin approached us and was interested in a workshop format where scientists talk about their topics. So we developed this format, and until this summer, we had a summer school together with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Research, with workshops, giving different inputs and discussing climate, all kind of climate knowledge around that. And just after our first big exchange forum in March 2019, Fridays for Future asked us to host their first press conference in the Dinosaur Hall in April 2019, where they presented their demands. And we were perceived by them as a neutral space, kind of neutral, well, more neutral than their own protests on the streets, where it is safe to meet and to discuss. And we were made use, and they made use of our house and our expertise, and also of our possibility to have house rights, to protect them and to give them a safe space. And so in July We hosted the first, you see that in the picture down there. We hosted the first official meeting of Fridays for Future with all parties from the German parliament. We invited both parties and moderated that, me and the Director General, mitigated by Maya Göpel. And it was merely an exchange of fixed positions. So it was not ready yet to a real discussion, but it was still nevertheless the first step forward to dialogue and exchange. On every bigger protest, except this due to the COVID-19 restrictions, we have been participating in the big climate strikes, and especially on November 29th. Oh, sorry, no, you see that? It's the right picture on the right. Lucia Pabel organized this protest. She was an intern at that time at the Museum für Naturkunde, and she organized all kind of discussions and artists coming here. We gave the opportunity to discuss with our visitors who were not going to the strike, so who had sometimes not even heard of Fridays for Future. And what we provided in every climate strike, we provided an input from a scientist, and that was really well perceived by teachers who found in, well, let's say, excuse to go with their whole group to the climate strike because they went to the museum first and had a workshop, participated in that, and had that booked. So it was a school excursion to the museum, but we, of course, ended that workshop with the beginning of the strike and even had a little demonstration going from the museum to the strike at the Brandenburg Gate. So we wanted to support the Fridays for Future movement with its call to take science seriously and its desire to discuss openly with a broad public. And the best way to do that for our institution seemed to be to give them a safe space, because we can do that. We have a house right. To organize exchange with scientists, because we are a research museum, a research institution. To provide room for meetings, because we are simply a space where an institution where we have spaces that we can give. And to provide expertise on PR, on, to just help them out in some ways. And I believe that institutions, especially museums, are never neutral. In relation to Fridays for Future, we decided to act as a forum, as a host, as a helping hand, but we also openly supported the demands, and our Director General and later myself invited the activists at their strikes. So we took a stand, and we keep being flexible, taking a look at what is needed by the movement and by the public, and what we can contribute and our role that we define for ourselves by our mission statement, which is für Natur, so for nature, which is already a normative call for action. To come to the end, my role is also to revise and review everything we are doing, and to do a practice research on formats that we are hosting at the experimental field. So whenever we are hosting a format, we are doing a survey with all participants. Well, not all the 200 that came on the first day, obviously, but we are asking scientists, or we asked scientists that participated in the forum, and it was an overall positive response. But what I brought here was that they also stated that participating in that exchange with Fridays for Future, with the young people, was valuable or very valuable to themselves. So this is something I found especially interesting, that they got something out of it. They rated it exciting, fulfilling, and that it took place at eye level. And to go on with that and with the perspective from science, we have a statement from Bernd Rech, the director of the Helmholtz Zentrum Berlin, and Klaus will talk a bit about his experience.
not one degree more. I find it remarkable and encouraging that more and more people are joining the protests started by the younger generation, demanding a change towards climate protection. The statement is scientifically very well founded and clear. Global greenhouse gas emissions are increasing, and us humans and the entire nature are going to face a dramatic climate change. And along with that come big risks. Personally, I'm very happy that many colleagues at the HZP support the international climate movement. They are committed in very individual ways in their free time, just as I am. Many people did not feel affected by climate change up until now. Climate change seemed to happen in the future and somewhere far away. But by now, we can see the dried up trees in our neighborhood and forests. We witness heat waves and severe storms here and now. And all of a sudden, the fast melting of the Earth's polar ice caps, the acidification of the oceans, coral deaths, and the thawing of the permafrost are no longer threats that distant. The situation is dramatic, as our fellow scientists working in the climatological field point out. And they are warning us of climate tipping points within the Earth's system that could even accelerate the dangerous changes. The research we are doing at the HZP is not directly related to climate issues. Still, we are looking for solutions. We gain expertise or develop technology for a climate-friendly energy supply. Being a scientist who focuses on photovoltaics and renewable energies, I would like to call out to everyone, especially to politicians, don't be afraid of technical change. The technology is available. We need to make use of it fast, but we also need to improve it and create new options. Over the past years, we have experienced how fast solar cell efficiency has improved in application and how much the costs of solar power could be reduced. New solar cells are ready for use with new combinations of materials from laboratories with an even higher efficiency. The HZP holds world records in efficiency and cooperates with partners to industrialize the findings. Because in the future, we will need a lot more renewable energy. By using green electricity, we can also produce green hydrogen, which we will need in a future energy system with zero carbon dioxide emissions. Green hydrogen can be converted into commodity chemicals and synthetic fuel, also on an industrial and global scale. But such hydrogen economy still needs a leap of innovation. Together with two Max Planck Institutes, the Fritz Haber Institute and the Institute for Chemical Energy Conversion, we at HZB pool our expertise in catalysis, research in thin film and nanotechnology, as well as in operando analytics. Together, we are building the CatLab research platform to contribute to the needed leap of innovation. From the beginning, this project has been realized in cooperation with industry. We need a transfer to economy and to society. Doing research on new energy concepts is one thing. Acting more sustainable at the HZP is another. One example is an exciting new installation. 360 HZP Blue solar modules have been mounted to the front of the new testing hall. Such solutions create new possibilities for cities where roof space is scarce. Here, our experts are testing the permanent use of these modules and share their experience with architects in seminars. These are positive developments resulting from research. What I like most about this project is that we are building a bridge
between our research fields. Smart solar technology on the outside, inside excellent accelerator research for the X-ray microscopy of the future. I'm excited about the creative energies that will emerge from this kind of a project. While we try to contribute with our research to a more climate-friendly economy, we are also striving to act more environmentally friendly in our daily business. Many of these suggestions have been made by the HZP's Environment Working Group, in which many colleagues are actively involved. Since the beginning of 2020, the HZP is supplied with green electricity, which saves 14,000 tons of carbon dioxide per year. Sheep are grazing on the green spaces of our Wannsee campus, and leaf blowers are no longer used. Many of us have decided not to travel by plane to destinations within Germany anymore. And by now we are also allowed to compensate for greenhouse gas emissions that we cause when traveling by plane on a business trip is unavoidable. The Young Fridays for Futures activists have increased the pressure on the climate change debate. They are well informed. They ask researchers questions and make demands on politicians. And they are emotional. After all, it is about their future. The Fridays for Future movement call again for a global climate strike. It will take place in many cities all over the globe and in Berlin. Distance will be kept, and where necessary, a mouth and nose cover must be worn. The young people follow the advice from experts, just like they do with the climate issues. As a consequence, in Berlin, the protest will take place as a bike protest on Friday, 25th September, starting with a rally in front of the Brandenburg Gate at noon. I know that many colleagues will participate. There will be meeting points, for example, with the Scientists for Future at the Futurium. You are welcome to be visible as an HZB staff member, for example, by wearing a Long Night of the Sciences shirt, or our communication department will come up with something that you can attach to your bike. Thus, we can show that we are many. As a closing remark, I would like to add, the coronavirus pandemic showed that people that we are willing to accept wise measures if they are well-founded and protect us. I am convinced that we need to tackle climate change as well now to prevent a dramatic development. I am looking forward to meeting as many of you on Friday as possible und wünsche Ihnen allen ein schönes Wochenende.
So with this, I'm happy to take over from Wiebke. So you already know where I'm working. You just heard the statement by our scientific director. My name is Klaus Jäger. I'm a physicist, and I have been doing research on solar cells for 12 years now. Very fundamental research, optical simulation, studying how light that falls on a solar cell is distributed in order to improve solar cells. But also for a long time, it has been very important for me, not only to do actual research and publish and communicate within the scientific community, but also to reach out to the general public, because in my personal view, this is just as an important task for me as a scientist as the actual research. I do not know whether the details, whether the material combinations I study in my optical simulations will ever be used by industry in future solar cells. But when I talk to many people like you today, or the students in the Naturkunde Museum, this might be a seed for something that's growing. So that's why I also like teaching and discuss and give my physical knowledge further. So I was very happy when last year the opportunity arose in the Naturkunde Museum to exchange with the young people from Fridays for Future. And so I participated there many times, maybe 6 times, 7 times. I don't remember. It was often, and I liked it every time. It was very different. You know, there was the first protest with many people. There were other afternoons where maybe only a couple of students or young people came by because the protest ended at the Brandenburg Gate and not the Invalidenpark. It was very interesting. It was also what taught me a lot of how the young people react, and so I was very grateful for that. And you see, things are changing. Leaders of big scientific research institutions like Bernd Recht from our center are standing up now and speaking out and call for climate action publicly. And I don't know whether this would have been possible before the Fridays for Future movement was so strong. And another thing I discussed, and maybe I also would like to discuss with you, is the opinion that scientists need to stay neutral. And personally, I'm wondering whether the call for neutrality is not somehow like a call for don't be too, don't engage too much with politics. Just stay in your research field, do your research, and we in the politics we decide what's right. And so maybe call for neutrality as a call for scientists to be silent. And we know how climate is changing. We know that it's humankind which is causing it. We also know that we have proper solutions. Of course, we have not solved the energy problem completely. We do not know how to store energy, but we know that we will find solutions when we put money in it. And this is also where I see the role for us as scientists to stand up and communicate our knowledge to the public. And this is why I also supported the Scientists for Future movement. Just to remember, it was also at the beginning of 2019 that I think 4 German scientists came together in a small group and prepared some document, which within weeks was signed by more than 20,000 scientists in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, which really showed that, the statement was not the opinion of a few, but shared general scientific knowledge. So with this, I would like to end my statement, and I'm looking forward to discussing with you after we heard the contribution from Lucia Parbel from Fridays for Future.
And while we listen to the statement, I would try to call if she is available. So.
Hi, I'm Lucia. I'm 21 years old, and I live in Stuttgart, where I am today. As you watched this video on the global strike, I can't be with you today, sadly, because of global strike. So I prepared this little video message to tell you about how I view the cooperation between Fridays for Future and the Naturkundemuseum Berlin. So I think the first thing that I want to say is that to me the museum is a very special place, because the first memory I have of it is how it was giving the first press conference of my life in the museum. That was in April last year. As Wiebke mentioned earlier, the German Fridays for Future movement had the great chance of presenting their demands in front of the skeleton of the huge dinosaur in the entrance hall of the museum, which was a great symbol. And so that is the first time I ever went to the museum. And then I went a second time in May to visit one of the Friday afternoon workshops that Wiebke told you about, which was also very special, like this very serious, at eye level atmosphere between the scientists and the activists, the young activists. And then again in June to discuss all of this stuff with politicians that did not take our demands as seriously as all of these 28,000 scientists and the whole museum did, which is not understandable to me, but well, I think that's the way politics works. Yeah, and that was the first 3 times I ever went to the museum, and by then I did not know that I would be doing an internship there by October last year. When I started it, Wiebke gave me one question that I would be thinking about the next 3 months during my internship, and that was how the experimental field and the scientific museum in general could become a place where young people like me that are affected or will be affected by climate crisis can come and feel like they are understood and taken seriously. And so I spent 3 months thinking about this issue and talking with the Fridays for Future movement, with the Fridays for Future group in Berlin, and I learned I did not manage to answer that question perfectly, but I think that I learned 3 very important lessons that I want to share with you. So the first lesson is that it is very hard to design this cooperation and to manage this cooperation between Fridays for Future and the museum because they're so different. It's kind of obvious, but if you get into it, you see how big the differences are, and that was a very important lesson to me because like the museum is big, there are many people working there, it has a lot of tradition, it's very well known, and so things work slowly, like steadily but slowly. And then Fridays for Future is the complete opposite. It's a bunch of young people, nobody knows how many exactly, that are organizing something very spontaneously and that are busy all the time. And the experimental field is somehow trying to get these two together. And it's kind of working. So, for example, we had a great global strike in November, global strike program in November last year in the museum. And even we had the museum going out to the protest as the museum, which is great because not only the museum opens the doors, but it also goes out to the protesters to demonstrate with them, and that's a great symbol. And then the second lesson was that the museum is suddenly such a well-known place with so much tradition is suddenly, from one moment to the other, willing to change quickly. That's something that I think is a big success of the movement last year, that we managed to change institutions like the museum, like all scientific institutions, that started to think differently about their responsibility in society, which is great. And that brings me to the third lesson that I learned, which is climate crisis is intimidating, but it's no reason not to start to try to tackle it, which is what we all gotta do. It's kind of what the museum does by putting out a lot of ideas, what the experimental field does, what Wiebke does every day, having ideas and just go try them out. That's what I say when people ask me, what can I do about climate crisis? And I'm like, well, go look at your social environment, look at your workplace, look at your friends and family, and then look at it from a climate perspective and change what needs to be changed. That's nothing people are satisfied with normally, which I can understand because it's not really a concrete answer. But solving climate crisis is not simple. And the museum has found a way to deal with this complexity by just trying and not being afraid to fail. And that's something that Wiebke kept saying during my internship, and I'm sure she's still saying it all the time. Don't be afraid to fail. In this spirit, if you want to know what you can do about climate crisis and you don't have that spirit yet, then go to the museum, go to the experimental field, and visit those climate and Fridays for Future related events. And you will know what I mean, I hope. And then take it home with you and start doing what the museum does. Start doing what Fridays does in your manner.
Thank you. Well, I really know that Lucia would love to discuss with you here, but I can't even reach her. My message is not even getting through to her. So I think, as I already thought, we may just not have her join into our discussion, but maybe we'll see. Well, I would just wanted to make one brief statement before we enter into the discussion and give some questions that we three thought about beforehand. And because I think Fridays for Future has achieved to launch an ongoing debate within the scientific community on the question of political positioning. Science has inevitably become a player in the climate crisis. What matters now is how individuals and institutions deal with it. The current science barometer from Wissenschaft und Dialog in Germany has also shown that the majority of the respondents consider it right for scientists to become involved in political and social debates. So that is a very interesting fact, I think. So it raises the questions of the political neutrality of scientific institutions, in which, despite the consensus of anthropogenic climate change, the question of the necessary degree of neutrality also arises. So we would like to bring here as a debate into this room what, in the absence of real political successes of the Fridays for Future movement as a whole, its real strength lies maybe precisely in the fact that it has brought a change into social subsystems. What does this change look like in concrete terms? Who has taken which step, and how many steps do we want and should be taken in the subsystem of science and museums, institutions, to cope with this climate crisis, I mean? And what contribution has it already made to social transformation? Is there still something that can be done? And if so, what? Where does the climate movement end and where does it stop? And which parts of the scientific community are already part of it? And how can the neutrality of science be maintained at the same time? So just some questions to enter into the discussion with all of you. I don't know how we... There's a microphone. I think there's a microphone for that.
Your director, does it work? Yes, thank you. Your director said we should work together. And so I have a spontaneous idea now. We take the photo with the masks afterwards. And wouldn't it be nice if we find a slogan, a sentence, and everybody writes just one letter so that we can see it? Because when there are many people on the photo, it's on the mobile phone. You won't see it if everybody writes his own, just an idea. Okay, thank you.
Video. It's supposed to be video, actually. So everybody's...
Okay, okay, so then it changed the situation. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Maybe the discussion shouldn't be about so much about science neutrality, because there is a political decision. It's called the Paris Agreement, and scientists now are only reminding politicians what they have to do to really reach this agreement they have agreed on. So I think it's not really that scientists are losing their neutrality because of this, because yeah, they're only helping politicians do what they said they would like to do and what they like to forget now. So maybe this is, yeah.
Hi, so I think people often they mix up two very different things about neutrality and impartiality. That neutrality sounds like you do nothing, whereas impartiality is that you treat everyone the same or on the same basis. And I think the politicians mix the two things, and we kind of flip between the two things. So the example, although not everyone thinks it's the best example, is that in a... So not everyone thinks it's the best example, but so like in a sports match, there are teams, but there's a referee who treats the teams the same, but it doesn't mean there are no rules. So like scientific evidence in a way it's like the rules, that and human rights, and so yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I also think that it's totally wrong to believe that you can be neutral. So you are not neutral. Also, if you are not saying something, you are taking a stand, taking a position, and there's always some position in every statement, and also just in being there, in what displaying as a museum, and in how to display things, and what taking topics taking in the topics you take up. And so yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Maybe, if I may add, there is another thing that might be difficult to understand for politicians. You know, our political system, our society, developed in a more or less stable environment. And this was kind of, the environment was stable, and then our societies developed. Of course, there were some crises like droughts and things, but more or less in the last 2000 years, climate was stable. And politicians in democratic systems are used to discuss with different groups and then find some compromise. You know, everybody gives in a bit, and then an agreement is found. This is also our processes that have been developed for hundreds of years, actually. You know, how power is shared and interests are shared. And somehow politicians, or maybe all of us, somehow believe with nature we can do a little bit the same. So if we do a little bit, then nature will see our goodwill, and then it also, this is somehow like, you know, also people say, okay, I fly to the Maldives in the winter, but because of that I do not eat this steak now, so I compensate for that. But the goal is we have to reduce our carbon footprint also over, so we cannot keep it the same by reducing one and increasing the other. We have to do it the same. And actually, you know, the nature is kind of a dictator. You know, it sets the rules. We cannot change it. We have to stick to its rules and behave accordingly. And this is, I think, something that's maybe difficult to grasp. I remember I had it was all online, but with a person I know personally. He's active in politics for the Conservative Party in Germany, and we had quite heavy discussions. And you know, I just had the feeling, you know, he didn't see the difference of this crisis to crisis like the Cold War, which for him was a similar threat, which in my eyes is a very different threat, because you know, the Cold War took place in a stable environment where groups of humans kind of fighting against each other, or playing their power games, but in a stable environment. But now the whole environment is changing, and we have to see as a humankind how to survive in this environment, and how to stop the increasing speed of change which we actually are causing.
Maybe the interesting thing is that, yeah, you mentioned the nature is kind of the dictator, but now that the scientists remind everyone that is a fact, they kind of appear as these dictators, or get the criticism that is directed to that. So it's kind of not, well, society is not willing to accept maybe that fact, and all the scientists who explain that over and over again are getting now this hate speech that you cannot really address to the climate itself. So
I have a question from the Zoom contributors.
oh, great.
So Henry James Evans asks, how can museums and other related institutions begin to move to more of an advocacy activist agenda while maintaining a high level of public trust? Countries such as Germany on the political level have a high level of agreement on action towards sustainability issues such as climate change. How about other global examples such as the US and Brazil?
Um, well, yeah, that's part of this discussion. So that's part of the difficulty of finding a role for an institution in that system. So, and I think, yes, we are very privileged in that, that we are um, that we have this freedom to experiment, that we have the freedom to take a stand as an institution. But what I think is possible for institutions in maybe or hopefully nearly every system worldwide is to act as a forum where where the institution just opens their doors without taking a stand or a positioning process itself, but opening up and giving all positions a voice that are not heard maybe in the political process and in the public of that society. So I think that's what institutions can contribute to that debate and to the discussion all over the world. Yes.
Yeah, Maiken Winter von Wissen Leben. Oh, sorry, I should speak English. I just wanted to mention, I think, one thing. Which I just have to get up and say something because I'm getting a little frustrated how little we talk about the immense urgency we face. If you look at the climate clock, we have about 7 years, then we have used up all the CO2 budget, and we talk about being neutral. I mean, how can a scientist be neutral when we know what's happening and we can do whatever and open our doors, but at some point it'll be too late. And there, I think it's also important not to present ourselves as such great people who do something now. I mean, I also wonder, where have you all been 4 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? It's great that now there are scientists for future, and it's wonderful, I'm a scientist too, but we have been extremely slow and should now make up for it by daring to stand up and say what's the fact. Thanks.
I'd like to add something. What I really miss is how can you, as a scientist, knowing facts, reach the people who live, so to speak, outside of the bubble? Because I live definitely in a bubble. I spend a lot of time with people who are interested in how to save the climate. But there are many people outside this bubble. At the moment, we hear every day how many people are newly infected with corona. Everybody knows it. It's in every news, in every TV program. What about bringing much more facts to the people by using television? My dream is that every evening before the main news on TV, there's a little contribution about how's the status of the climate, what have we reached, what can we reach, what has been done. I would love that. And so I think you as a scientist, your neutrality for me is being neutral towards the facts and not being affected by somebody in your research. And somebody who might not like the facts you produce. But I would love to see you on TV telling me every evening, how's the status?
I fully agree to the last two statements, and I also feel this frustration sometimes the same. And the question is, we feel there are so many people, somehow humankind is like a huge ship that only manages to steer very slowly. And often, of course, I think all of us know these fears. Isn't it too late already? Haven't we lost the battle? And somehow I always gain hope. And I don't know how I get it, I just have it. But coming back to what we can do, and I agree, there was this, I think on Twitter it also was this trend, this to dare from ARD to have this Klima vor Acht thing, where actually somebody from television said, no, we have to stay neutral, we cannot. I think they really said something like that. But on the other hand, at ZDF you have Öztun Terli, which is one of and he's also very active on Twitter fighting for climate action. And Öztun Terli at the HowTo Journal regularly, not every day, but once or twice a week, gives a 1-minute climate information before he starts his actual weather. And I think this is just a very good thing to do. In Austria, there's Markus Watzak, who is the weatherman in Austria, doing a lot. You know, he wrote a very easy readable book, and he's giving lectures all over the country. And so I think I think, you know, that this is maybe one of the a task for meteorologists, and they're taking this task, they're taking the responsibility. You were asking what can we do to speak outside of our bubble, and I only can talk for myself, but I come from the Austrian mountains, and I had the chance a few times to give lectures in my home village with 1,400 people, usually not scientists, you know. And interesting was, I had the first lecture in 2013. It was about energy, and there was good talk, broad interest, and that was it. I gave another lecture in 2015, same story. Last year, I had the chance to talk again about the climate crisis. And last year, something was changing because people from other villages asked me, couldn't you give this talk in my village as well? And so I really see that people have the interest, and I see it indeed also as a task for us scientists, not only talk, you know, to scientists or to the broader public. Also, unfortunately, probably, you know, we reach not everybody in natural history museums, because, you know, there's also many groups in society which do not see this as something they could do in the weekend. So we have to reach these people otherwise. And when we just go out and speak in local community centers, offer organizers of local community centers, hey, would you have like to have a talk about climate, about solar energy, about sustainability, whatever, probably many of them are happy to host us. And so maybe this is something I also tell this sometimes to fellow scientists. Go in your home village and ask if they wouldn't be interested in some lecture, because then I think we really can reach people outside our regular bubbles.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the main tasks I'm trying to work through in the Museum für Naturkunde, to develop formats that do also reach out of that bubble. I have been doing that mainly on focusing on different interests. So I'm inviting people who are interested in whatever, but not science, but in, for example, we have writing classes, so they are interested in creative writing, and they participate in our writing classes, not because they are interested in the scientific topic, but then we, as an input into that class, we take topics from our research and our collections to be part of it, and then suddenly they develop literature texts that are based on our research and our collection, and a really interesting input that we take into our institution, but also it's a different way of reaching people. So this is just an example, but we are experimenting with that, and that's a really important thing to do, I think. But I think it's also important to be a little self-critical in that. So I always think that this focus on education for sustainable development is kind of, there's always this danger that it's a flight out of the action and taking a stand. So we can, if we focus on educating others, it's we don't need to change ourselves. So it's kind of it is an important question to ask ourselves, I think. And so we can all agree. So like we just saw from Adriana Valenzuela, that 78% agree that it's important to educate on that. So, but now that the youth is standing up for what we educated them for, we don't want that. So we are now saying that no, this is too much, or now. So what could be the solution? So I think it's a focus not only on children, especially focus on adults. If you are thinking of education, so it's often this education focus on children, but I think what we need is a focus on grown-ups, those who are actually taking decisions. And then I think it's the offer to discuss, to debate, and to integrate all kind of people. So reach out to the most diverse public possible with, and there we have to do that. So it's our role to reach out, not to wait for them to come, and to take a stand ourselves and get political and do something. So it's just to this little self-reflection on the education and institution part of it.
May I contribute something? Yesterday on Twitter, the Tagesschau 20 years ago posted this, and that was in the main news in Germany 25 years ago, actually, for the climate crisis. The scientific advisory board of the Bundesregierung is warning that if you don't do anything, we will have a problem in 25 years. Well, that was 25 years and 6 months ago. I personally believe education is not really the problem. Everyone knows what the problem is. Action is the problem.
I forgot one thing, because one part we haven't talked about at all is the question of economic growth, that our belief system is growth all the time. And it's, especially in museums or as scientists, we can show what economic growth does, or exponential growth with bacteria or whatever cultures we show. And I think we urgently need to, well, that would also be education, but that people get away from this belief in growth and show them alternative ways of living, because we don't show enough positive examples. And there are many wonderful examples also within Germany, how people can live together, that we have more of a community that lives together, shares, exchanges stuff, and gets away from, we have to just completely change our way of life. And that very few people dare to say that.
So I would like to add something which goes in a similar direction. So I'm a meteorologist by training, so working at Geomar in Kiel, and I was last year participating in a conference in Potsdam from the Institute of Advanced Sustainability Studies, from the AMA project, the Mindset for the Anthropocene. And there it was for me really eye-opening that they were showing this iceberg model of culture, that below our climate crisis, there's a cultural crisis, that we face, that the norms and values in our system are one big problem. And I think as long as we don't touch this thing and talk about this cultural crisis, this value crisis, I think that's also a very important point to deal with this climate crisis, because otherwise we are just only talking about the symptoms and not on the roots of the problems. And I think it's really important, to touch the roots if you want to solve a crisis.
Hello, I gave a session yesterday. I'm the director of Artport Making Waves, and we work at this intersection of art, climate change, sustainability, or sustainable development, education, etc. since 15 years. At the beginning, it was extremely difficult to explain to people why at the intersection of art and sustainable development or climate change. This has become like easier today because a lot of people are talking about the topic. I wanted to say two things. First of all, if we are educating people, we have to give good examples, best practice examples, and we have to be the first best practice example. We cannot stand in front of kids or adults or, well, grown-up people, teenagers in general, by not being a good example. So it's the best way to show people what to do is not only talking about the scientific facts, which is important, obviously, but it's also telling them, you know, I'm doing this, and I'm doing this since 15 or 20 years, and it's effective, even though it's only a little drop in the big ocean. But the little drop in the big ocean always adds if everybody is following this. And so you have the right to educate other people, but you have to be a good example. You cannot only talk, you have to tell people that this is the action which they can take. So that's the first thing. And then the other thing is, I lost it. It will come back, but maybe not now. I will sit down, I come back later, I'm sorry. I remember. Some years ago, I read in a German magazine, I don't remember in which one, a fantastic word, which I always try to explain or to translate into English. I will first say it in German, Bequemlichkeitsverblödung, which is the stupidity whatsoever. You become stupid because of comfort. And I think that's the main issue in our societies. We work a lot in India and Latin America and African countries, and with local people, with local experts, artists, etc. And we see that the approach towards sustainability and towards climate change and towards the protection of nature is completely different, because people are not comfortable there like us. We are living in this big comfort bubble. Right now, I'm based in a small village in northern Germany. Usually I'm based in Paris. And this small village in northern Germany, you expect that people know everything. They know everything, but they still continue to live the same comfort way. They build big houses for 2 people. They have 2 SUVs standing in front of their house. They go to the supermarket. They buy all sorts of bad food for them and for nature, even though they know. So I think it's not necessarily a question or a lack of education, because we are all well educated in Germany. I think it's the lack of pushing the people to change something in their mindset. And then I would like, for example, Dr. Jäger, you proposed to go to the villages, to your own village, where you come from, where you connect with people, where people identify themselves with you. They see you representing their village somewhere in the world. So why can we not, from this round here, put together a group of people, like also the Museum für Naturkunde in Berlin? Of course, you do your great work in Berlin, but you can also do great little work in Brandenburg. You can go to little places. We went to Felten last year with our project Via Ocean. Then we went to Niederbarnim, towns I didn't know at all before the project. And there are people who are greatly interested in these kind of discussions. So maybe we can go with a small team, like a scientist, a curator from a museum, etc., to those small villages. It doesn't have to be like, going from Berlin to the Schwarzwald, but, around your cities, and do something. You will get at least like 50 or 100 people on board who are going to, and of those 100 people, I can swear at least 2 people are going to follow a good example afterwards. And if we only have 2%, this is already a change. Okay, I talked too much.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for taking a stand for lifelong learning. I think that's very important in these days. And secondly, following up on this, I think you need gatekeepers to be successful, and to find people listen to, and people, or not everybody, although everybody is responsible, not everybody feels responsible, but there are always, like here, I think everybody somehow feels responsible about the topic, about climate change and climate protection. And I think we, as museums, science centers, learning centers in general, we have to find the people, as I said, the people listen to, and work with them together, because they take up the responsibility and they go forward. And if we offer them to educate them, that they can go into their local communities, then I think, change is going to happen, like as we do in our families, for example, or circle of friends. And I think, that's something we should follow up, and even try to improve and evaluate maybe somehow.
I think the English speaking called this, how you called it? Bequemlichkeitsverblödung. I think they call it comfortably numb. There is another aspect. Oh, yeah, go for it.
I would like to ask a question, because I struggled a lot with it. My family is from Belgium, so I regularly go to Belgium. And then the Austrian railway company invented the night train to Belgium, and I was really happy and said, yeah, okay, now I can go with the night train. I wanted to book the night train. The cost for the night train was 350 euros for a return ticket. So I wanted to go with my father's 700 euros for a return ticket. And there was a flight for 20 euros for a return ticket. So in total, 40 euros. So who would take the train for 14 hours for 350 euros, or who would take the flight for 20 euros? So who is for the train? Who would go with the train for 350 euros? And who would fly? I took the flight. So and now we can say, okay, it's our decision. Yeah, each one can individually decide if he wants to take the train or the flight. But how is this possible to fly for 20 years?
I think you raise a very important point, and the point is that destruction of nature is not priced in our economical system. And this is an example, you know, and this I think also by many say we need some way of CO2 pricing or destruction pricing, because this automatically will make more environmentally friendly products or services more attractive from a financial point of view so for example also, you know, when for example the big companies, when they offer two different washing detergents for your washing machine, you know, they have the normal one and they have the eco-friendly one, and usually the eco-friendly one is more expensive. And of course you have to look whether it's really eco-friendly or whether it's greenwashing, but anyway, somehow we would need to come into a system where the eco-friendly alternative is the cheap one and the other one is the more expensive one. I'm against making things completely illegal, but of course you can steer a lot with the price. On the other hand, I also heard politicians say, yeah, but making things completely illegal has the advantage that the rich cannot pay for it as well, because, you know, otherwise the rich say, okay, but I still go for the. And what was it again? The richest 1% of the world causes 15% of CO2 emissions. 10% of the world's population causes 50% of CO2 emissions, and this is kind of everybody here, you know. So, and the poorest 50% cause only 10% of pollution. One point I would like to ask to you, because I also sometimes feel a kind of exhaustion and fatigue, being tired, you know. I've worked today and I also maybe was active on social media. I shared things and I see something and somehow I feel I should somehow react. I should counteract on some false information. But I just sometimes also feel tired, and then also then this kicks in. Okay, I suffered from disease in the past, so my body has then this strong will to say, okay, now you need to rest, and I think it's fair, because, you know, if we are burned out in 2 years, it also is of no value. But how to deal with this fatigue and exhaustion, you know, that we just do not have the power to discuss one more. I think you were first.
Yeah, I would like just one little statement on that. No, sorry, you can just not long. So one thing is that I think I totally agree that this externalizing all the costs, environmental costs and social costs in the prices of products is a huge problem. And I even think that it's really important to change values and talk about all this cultural change, but that is slow, and we cannot really do that in a fast way, and we have no time. So I think that is this call for action. So we need actually political decisions that do price all these environmental and social costs in. So then we don't need that change in values that urgent anymore, because then it's cheaper to buy to fly. No, then it's cheaper to go by train than to fly, and that is, I think that is one of these most important things to do now and to act on and to take a stand for and to kind of lobby for as scientists, as institutions, and as activists. So join there.
Just perfect. If you want to lobby for a price on CO2, please join the Citizens Climate Action, Citizens Climate Lobby, or in German, the Bürgerlobby Klimaschutz. They meet all the Bundestagsabgeordnete, the political representatives from Germany, and talk about the necessity of pricing. And the interesting thing is, a lot of politicians say, yes, they are for a price, but they want to be re-elected. So it's extremely important that every single citizen talks, go to your political representatives and tell them, I want a price in CO2, and not a little ridiculous one, but a big one that's really effective. And if all of you do that, then we have a lot more pressure. Otherwise, the politicians won't act.
I would like to throw in a point that I somehow felt was a bit missing when we talked about learning and education. Our focus here is the knowledge action gap. And I think all of us have experienced a knowledge action gap in our lives in some points. And I wonder, what were the things that made us go through processes of profound change? My impression is it's never a lack of information. So I'm wondering how that challenges our mode of communication. As little as I understand about brain research, it tells me if it's only a cognitive abstract process, it cannot facilitate deeper change in behavior. It requires to be touched, to be affected emotionally. And that is something where I wonder, how courageous can we be in communicating with each other that integrates to be touched and to touch? And yeah, that's just something that it should, in my perception, it influences how we think about learning and about education. What are the channels that we use in it? Yeah, and maybe I would share one example that I still like because it stuck with me. Maybe it sticks with some other people as well. I love it. There was a brain researcher sharing how all of us can, of course, learn Chinese if we want, if we are 85. But not because our doctor tells us, well, you might get Alzheimer. Yeah, you better learn a foreign language. It's good for your brain to stay healthy. But let this 85-year-old man travel through China and fall in love with a young 70-year-old Chinese girl. Yeah. Half a year later, he will speak Chinese. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, just following up on that, I think that that's kind of one of the things we've been discussing here in the last couple of days is that we have an opportunity as museums to kind of bridge that knowledge gap and take it from something that's a cognitive reality to something that's of the heart. I mean, culture connects people and it connects us all, and it can create that empathy and that understanding that can drive that cultural paradigm shift that we need in order to translate the knowledge into action. And I think that that's where it's so exciting that we really combine the things that matter. We have the facts and information of science, and we have the culture and understanding of museums. And this is why, the art and the science gap is so incredibly imperative. And there's a lot of incredible work being done in the art world about climate change. And now we're starting to see it in the way that we communicate through our museums as well. So this is where we have a really unique opportunity. And this is why this conversation is so important to be had. And hopefully museums will start actually implementing this more and more. We were having a conversation yesterday and we we're talking about why museums are not being better communicators about climate. And this is obviously not the audience to talk to about this because obviously we all care about it. Once again, though, this is going back to popping that bubble. We are a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. Sustainability in museums is a really niche market. I mean, the people in this room, Henry and Christopher and Jenny up there, these are my colleagues I've been working with for years, and we're all having the same conversations. So how do we pop the bubble? How do we get the museums that aren't acting to start acting? How do we create more of these communications, more of this networking, and more of educating the people who need it the most, which are those top 1%, top 10% who are causing all of this? And that's what's so exciting about museums, because those are our audiences. So we actually can connect with the people who are causing the problems and start making some connections that will drive an empathetic realization to change. So that's my hope.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think as museums and in exhibitions, we should just maybe try to dare more. And when a few years ago, my colleagues from the exhibition design made the ARA exhibitions, where we displayed all ARA species in the world. We ended with having half a pig in their exhibition and a plate where instead of the meat there was an ARA that lying on the plate. And that was a disruption in the exhibition, but not everyone in the audience took that well. So, and to dare to go that way and put up that half a pig that looks like from the slaughterhouse in the exhibition ground, and from that beautiful aras where you come and just amazing all these colors, and then you see that pig. And I think these disruptions, to dare to make these disruptions as a museum and go with it, even you know you audience will not be pleased all over when they walk through the exhibition. So I think that is yeah, that's difficult to take in an institution.
I wanted to go back to two comments from earlier. First, I think we are a best lobbyist if we are doing personal lobbyism. By, for example, if you're not happy with the prices of the Deutsche Bahn or of the night trains, why don't you write a letter to the Deutsche Bahn or the Österreichische Bahn or the Schweizer Bahn? This will always help. Direct your letter directly or an email directly to the CEO. It will land on his desk or on the desk of his secretary one day. And if we all do that and he receives suddenly 1,500 demands to lower the price, it will help. It's not stupid and it's not ridiculous what I'm saying, because we know that it works. But we are all, as you said, in the evening we come back home, or we are too exhausted, or we don't find the time, or we are maybe too lazy to just write this letter. But it helps. Or you go to the supermarket. It's very easy. You go to the supermarket, you're completely frustrated. You stand in front of a étagère with 280 different cookies, and all of those cookies contain palm oil. I always get like a hysteria in these supermarkets. Yeah, seriously. And then I go home, I look up on the website of the supermarket, I find the email address, I write to the communication department, etc., and they always respond. And then you go back to the supermarkets 4 weeks later, and they really changed something. Suddenly you have at least 2 packages without palm oil. This is already something. So it helps. I think we always have to open our mouth and not to create like big utopias, what we have to do, but really act in your small little environment. It can be effective. And the other thing I wanted to mention in response to Tom's statement earlier, for me, it was important that my father accompanied me, because he can never accompany me because I'm working all over the world. But right now, he is close by. He accompanied me here to Bremerhaven, and I said, if you want to come to my session yesterday afternoon, you are welcome. He didn't want to, but suddenly he showed up again and he said, here I am. He was sitting here for 2 hours. I told him, if it's too boring for you, if you don't understand everything, he's 78 years already. He was a politician before. He had important positions, but of course, with 78, he didn't know what I was doing. Of course, he knew about Artport. He knew that I was traveling and working with kids and artists, but he actually never really responded to that. There was no real empathy to what I was doing. A different generation, which is okay. It was frustrating for me over the years, but it was okay. He was sitting here yesterday for 2 hours. After the session, he came to me, he said, oh, wow, I'm overwhelmed. I didn't know what you were doing. And then suddenly something clicked. In the morning when we had breakfast, he was reading the newspapers and he brought one newspaper and said, you know what, here's a big section about climate today. I took the newspaper for you. It's extremely interesting. He never talked about this before. So it needed 15 years and it needed the conference here in Bremerhaven so that I could sensitize my dad. And for me, it was an impacting moment. So this, in regards to emotion, it's really important. It's like Jacques-Yves Cousteau said when he was diving and showing in the 60s or even earlier, the deep ocean to us. We didn't know about this. He said you can only want to protect the ocean if you are in love with the ocean. And to be in love with something, you have to know it. So I think this emotional impact and touching people personally is really, really important.
Yeah, I totally agree. But, um, with my statement on the political changes needs to be made in stopping externalizing the environmental costs, I just mean that this is slower. It's probably more sustainable and really important, and everyone should take all these little action in their environment, and we all should focus on dialogue and interaction with as many people as possible to get our message across. But I think for rapid change that needs to be done now regarding the climate, it's important to start getting political on a higher level and try to end this externalization of costs, of environmental costs, so that we all do not have to convince everyone to take the train for 400 euro instead of flying for 20. So, but that's just not there anymore, this choice.
I think we have almost to end. I just wanted to add, I wonder whether publishing such a letter on Twitter even increases the pressure, because I have the feeling, Twitter is an excellent medium to shame companies and build up pressure. Should we finish? I think Philip.
Okay, I thought the picture was taken in with us. When you're going
Now
to
it's
take
the picture, right?
The picture, yeah.
We will do the video.
Oh, the video. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we can also continue this conversation while so thank you very much for this very, very intense discussion, actually. I feel very delighted and very excited, motivated, still optimistic. And yeah, please, big applause for Gorsi and Klaus-Giger and Lucia.
Lucia Palle, yes.
Maybe she can respond.
The message got through, and she said she's really sad not to be able to call here because she's building up the stages in Stuttgart. So I'm sorry, but she sends greetings to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We will continue at 12 with the sessions 5 and 6. If you haven't decided yet, you still can, of course. And yes, let's start the day.
Thank you for this discussion. So.
So as a short proof that you can use all the stuff inside of Zoom. Wait a second. So as a short proof that you can hear all the stuff inside of Zoom, I guess you should hear me right now, while a bit low, but that's on purpose. So you should hear me right now, and you will hear all the presenters afterwards, and I can give you for a short second look in our room that you can see that it is still quite empty here because yes, they are waiting for the others. So just like this, you will be able to see what we are doing here in Bremerhaven and also the presentations.
Okay, I can start. Okay, so welcome to session 6. No, it's wrong, session 5, I'm sorry. The importance of a whole institution approach and interrelated understanding. We have around 1 hour of time, so as you knew from yesterday, it's intense few impulses, and as yesterday we will have some digital impulses, so thank you very much Jens Kube for organizing all the switching back and forth. And then we also have well, one presentation with Christopher Garte. So yeah, my name is Henrike, who hasn't met me yet. I'm also part of the organizing team here. So yeah, thanks for joining this session. Yeah, our how-to question is actually how to think systematically. And I think that's something we had in the discussion already, like how to, well, not just think, but also act as a institution, how to be a good practice, yeah, well, for other people and be a good inspiration. So I would like to introduce our first digital guests. Yeah, I can see them. Hello, welcome. So we have an impulse. Yeah, I think everybody's there. Yeah. We have the first impulse from Antje Bruck. She is working at the Institut Futur of the Freie Universität Berlin. And there she is responsible for the conduction of the studies for the ESD program in Germany. So it was important for the German UNESCO also to do a scientifically monitoring, and she and her colleague Julius Grund were conducting very well, insightful studies about how the structure of ESD is implemented in the formal and also in the non-formal education. So yeah, I'm very happy if you share with us your screen and your voice. And yeah, we have around 10 minutes for an impulse and then maybe with some questions. So thank you very much.
Hello. Hello from Berlin. I hope you can hear me. Okay, I see. I see that that seems to be the case. Very nice. So first of all, it's kind of sad that I can't participate in person, and I joined the discussion virtually. And I think there are quite a lot of linkages to what I'd like to say. So therefore, I'm looking forward also to discussing with you the results of our research and our insights. And I will also make a few connections to the whole institution approach as the topic of the session, but I will also talk more globally about ESD and maybe how that ESD in formal but also in non-formal education needs an update. Okay, current and future developments. The structure is as follows. So I will make an introductory statement. I will talk about the importance of non-formal ESD, some key insights of a latest study from our institute. I will make some references to the whole institution approach, the future of non-formal education for sustainable development from the perspective of the educators we asked, and some didactical implications. Okay, so my introductory statements. I think there were quite some statements along these lines before already when you were discussing with each other. It's about hope. And we conducted a study it's important to mention that it was in 2018, so before the peak of, or before the start of Fridays for Future, that it became really visible. I think that's important because that might have been an outlet of some agency, and before that was there was this potential of agency, but it didn't materialize itself. And what you can see here is we asked more than 2,500 young people from all federal states in Germany, and it's about the desirability of futures and what they expect. And what you see is there's a huge discrepancy. So the green dots are positive scenarios in terms of climate change, social inequality, and digitalization. And we also formulated negative scenarios in the same kind of realm of topics. And so what they think is that the likeliest, so in terms of expectation, they expect climate change, the negative scenario where we won't make it and we won't act in time and it will have disastrous consequences. That's the most likely, and the most desired is the positive one, the climate change scenario. So what you can see here is indeed a lack of hope, and that more than 75% of that 2,500 people, including sample, are pessimistic. So, and this lack of hope seems a central problem to us. And it is also connected to well-being, as I will follow up on later. And so a late in class analysis we conducted also made clear that 50% of that sample are sustainability affine, so they have all the preconditions they need in terms of knowledge, emotions in terms of the environment, and also the willingness to act, but they don't act, or let's say they didn't act in 2018 because of that, as we assume, that lack of hope, that lack of felt individual and desired agency. Okay, so here you can see that discrepancy between this perceived agency and the perceived extent and kind of sustainability problems. One could put it also this way around. So this discrepancy is to some extent a consequence of ESD that was very successful in the part of conveying knowledge and awareness. So now what has to follow is not from the educational part, but also kind of decreasing the problem. You can see that on the right hand side. So the extent of the problem, making that smaller, also in terms of the politics have to do that and so on, but also making the agency of the individuals, making that bigger. And that they also feel like they can make an effective contribution. Okay, so that was the introductory statement to just make the frame where what kind of problems do we have to deal with in ESD. And non-formal ESD is especially important. We just recently conducted a study where well, it was, I will show you the results in a second, but important to say is that the non-formal education is holistic and it strengthens the capabilities to act because it is voluntary, it is self-determined, and there are strong overlaps in terms of the principles, but also the methods with life world orientation. It is very inclusive and participative, and therefore it is very effective, and it is a very good candidate for strengthening this agency. And in some respects, it's even more, it's an even better candidate compared to formal education. And it can also reach, and I think that was also mentioned before, it can reach not just young people, but also in the direction towards decision makers or people who are already better established in terms of influencing things, and because we can't downscale responsibility to younger people, obviously, and we shouldn't. So what were the insights from this study? This study, we conducted that in cooperation with big institutions in the realm of sustainability education, nature education, but also global learning. So it was very different, and we asked more than 600 educators, and they are highly qualified. They have really high degrees, and they regularly attend also further qualifications and in-job trainings. And they have multiple cooperations, which is important in terms of they are influencing also the formal sector and are also part of qualifying the formal sector, teachers, for example. So there is this very important kind of interlinkage here, as you all know, I guess. And this diverse range of methods is very ESD-affine, is very close to what ESD needs. And the educators see emotions, and especially strengthening positive emotions, as central for good ESD. That was also one focus of that study. So in terms of the whole institution approach, here we can diagnose a certain potential to act, because the whole institution approach is only being kind of touched upon by 18% of the educators. That has good reasons, and there is not always the responsibility or the possibility to shape that. But one could, for example, also shape the individual life roles and the social worlds of the educants, and that seems to be a chance that is not sufficiently used yet. So those learning environments and those personal environments that are also where there is personal meaning and identity attached to it, that seems something that is very important. In terms of the future of non-formal ESD, we asked the people, so what do you think, the educators, what do you think, how will ESD change within the next 10 years? And so they were convinced that there is an increasing awareness and informedness of the addressees with certain consequences for their work. So that means it shifts from conveying knowledge towards conveying solutions, and also that it is very politicized, ESD, or it becomes more politicized in terms of, they think, more system relevant questions, more towards the roots questions that they are being asked and they should be answered. So also they think because of the higher informedness, their level of knowledge ought to increase as a consequence of that. But they also, within the next 10 years, they think there will be ambivalences in certain respects. So ambivalences, they are relevant for the next 10 years, but also for the current work already and for their past work in terms of their own contributions. Sometimes they feel like it is very important and I can make a meaningful difference with my work, with my educational work, but on the other hand, they sometimes think that it's just a drop in the ocean. So there's this kind of ambivalence in terms of own effectiveness and meaning. Also about optimism and pessimism towards, in terms of the global sustainable development trends. And we asked another aspect in terms of in how far does the discourse on sustainable development, the general discourse in society, have a polarizing effect on society, or rather a cohesive power? And I think both is the case. So there are certain aspects of these discussions that will bring us closer together, but that will also be more dividing. And so far, that's also an ambivalence. And in terms of the topics or themes of non-formal ESD, they expect that within the next 10 years, Some classical topics will continue to be very relevant, for example, climate change, biodiversity, social justice. But it's what is new is the quality of that, because they think this deep transformation is needed here, which makes those topics then different in respect to their quality. Okay, let's come to the implications of ESD, for ESD. So first of all, following up on the question of lack of agency, the discrepancy between perceived problem and what we can do, the emotions are being underlined here. And so and critical emotional awareness of teachers and also of non-formal educators is very important. Something like critical hope, which is a concept, and we just recently also last year we wrote a paper on that. Critical hope is hope that is not naive at all, but this hope is very aware of the problems and hindrances towards the desired aims, and still is very motivating because and tries to find ways and solutions to cope with those hindrances. So this critical hope concept seems very important. As a didactical kind of heuristic, what we want with ESD. It is also about a stress sensitive and stress reducing ESD, because the higher the knowledge and the perceived agency knowledge gap, the higher the stress levels of addressees of education. And so it's very important, the blend of emotions and also, of course, of thoughts in those didactical and Bildungsprocesses. So where the uplifting and the more contemplative or the more action motivating aspects have to come in. So one has to be very aware of that blend of emotions. And so yeah, I think I already mentioned the extending quality of challenges, and on the other side, the agency fostering aspects. I will almost, yeah, so it's another 2 slides. So what I want to mention is also the connection to well-being. So connecting sustainable development and well-being seems important because, first of all, because of the sustainable development challenges, well-being is challenged as well. But even if that wouldn't be the case, we can't think of addressees in a realistic way as those athletic, robust persons that can shoulder global challenges. But we also have to, I think it would be wise and clever to combine it with needs for well-being that have not been met yet. And the study we conducted, we also used a WHO questionnaire on well-being, a very widespread questionnaire, and we just found out that more than 50% of the young people, they are not doing well. For several reasons, but to combine it, for example, with didactics that foster meaningful cohesion and feeling connected to others, and feeling that one can change something in general. So to open it up towards not just fighting some problems out there, but just also good ESD is ESD to also increase well-being. That would be our statement here. And my last slide is about, so there is a phrase I really liked very much from Dyer. He said, so there is in education currently a distinct lack of something he called awe and wonder experiences. So that's when you have the vague or strong sense of meaning and it touches you at an almost existential level. Let's think about, for example, a species a small child never came across before and is very touched by that, or various other examples of that kind. And so I think we as educators should ask ourselves how to create, how to implement those awe and wonder experiences. And then also, if this critical hope problem seems to be central, how to shape a desirable future, how to enable people to do that, how to create a pull effect towards the future. And I think backcasting as a method is valuable here. And also the political dimension of individual agency, so that we are individuals that can change structure as well, and can shape the structure. So there are also classical elements of ESD, of non-formal ESD as well. For example, experiences with nature that are very important. The connectedness with nature, emotions regarding ESD are the most important determinants of sustainable behavior. And that's what we found out in this study with those 3,000 inhabitants, the 2,500 young people I talked about earlier, and also 500 teachers. So connectedness with nature is very important. And then the leading question would be, does the educational setting foster resonating and connectedness, increasing emotions and thoughts? And maybe we also dare to go towards the direction of a relieving and even empowering dimension of really putting on the table existential topics that are connected with that are somehow always kind of, that have this gravity and so on, but that can also have a connecting power. So that are the didactical implications, and I'm looking forward to discussing with you. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Antje Broek, for this very interesting insights and how actually to get from knowledge to behavior, not just action, but really changing behavior. Is there one question from the audience? Yes, Christopher Garte. It's perfect because then afterwards I can also introduce you.
Thank you for your interesting talk. Is it?
I can hear you.
Hello. Okay, thank you for your interesting talk. I would like to know what would be your concrete recommendations how to implement ESD effective in museums, in a museum setting.
Could you understand the question, Antje Broek? Yeah? Good.
Yeah. Okay. So I tried to make clear that the importance of hope and of emotions, and also of what you could do here is bringing good examples. That's kind of trivial, but always important, and where single persons really changed a lot, and where someone as you and me, from the perception of someone going into that museum, really did something about it that really made it a big effect. And also, I think what is very important is to differentiate and to have a comparison of the effect of what action brings what effect, where you have that possibility. And also maybe how to connect with people that are like-minded, and that also have the willingness to act towards that problem. You could have like at the end of the museum, you could have like a possibility of joining some group already there, or a map from Germany where these and that groups can be found, that would be something.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we will go to Christopher Garte, who just had also this good question, because he is working at KLV Studios, which is designing a lot of different exhibitions, and he's working there as a creative director and is basically the one being also responsible for the education in the exhibitions and has a big heart for education for sustainable development. So in his talk, he will show some good practices and say what you can do concretely in your museum to be more sustainable and to educate sustainability. So come up to the stage and welcome.
Yes, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to speak about the great transformation and the relevance of museums. I think it will be a big leap from ESD research to the concrete challenges in museums. But I have the feeling my talk will resonate nicely with the discussion we had earlier this morning. And I'm also trying to tie it down to the day-to-day business in museums. So the question is how sustainable museums contribute to systemic change. Okay, honestly, I'm a little bit gutted that I can't be outside and supporting the climate strike on the streets. But I think we're all rooting for climate protection. And the key question is what is necessary, what is really necessary to realize a climate neutral future? And some say it's lowering the emissions of art depots or renewable energies or maybe a Green New Deal for museums. I propose a concurring perspective. I think what is needed is the great transformation. All of you from Germany probably know the discussion. You can also coin it differently, the great turning, the great mind shift. It's about a broad process of transformation of the whole society. In the discussion, it came also up is we don't have a climate crisis, we have an underlying value crisis. So what is the key here? The key is, this is just one example of all these different models and theories coming up. I'm drawing from different authors. So we have different leverage layers. Okay, we have different leverage layers. So the surface layer, it's just adjustments to the status quo. Then we have a mid layer, the second layer, it's rules and policies. And the third layer, this is the deep layer. This is about mindsets. And all these theories and models and authors are proposing, okay, what the problem is, we have to address this deep layer, the mindsets. Okay, the idea I want to put up for discussion is the greatest potential of museums is their ability to change public awareness, that is, values, mindsets. Why? Because museums are great multipliers. So their greatest potential is to instill change inside the heads of their visitors. Okay, let's take a minute to inhale that. If we're redefining the goal of museum visitation as a change of value and mindsets, I think we really have to think about how we translate this into museum action, museum world. And I don't have an answer to that. I think we're at the beginning of this process. We heard some nice examples from the Museum for Naturkunde earlier, but I'd like to address how are museums doing this, right? How are museums getting inside the heads? And it's mostly with exhibitions, education, and outreach. And I will only superficially touch on 3 aspects which I think are important concerning this, concerning exhibitions, education, outreach, and how they can foster the mind shift. The first one is sustainability communication. The second one is ESD and museum education. And the third one is the broad field of sustainable programming. Okay, let's start with sustainability communication. Just last week, I was in a team meeting about an exhibition about climate change and extreme weather. And we had a long debate about the good practice in museums when it comes to concept, to interaction, to curation, selection of objects, communication. Can we stick to our good practice of the past? And I like to believe no, because we really have in detail to think about the challenges and the approaches in sustainability communication. So I think we have to really re-evaluate the good practice in museums. And what are these challenges and approaches in sustainability communication? One is complexity. So how are we dealing with long time horizons, wicked problems, and uncertainty? How are we communicating about this? Second one is normativity. So sustainability is in itself a normative concept. So we have to answer the question, what is the role of values in museums? And the discussion earlier also evolved around this question. And the third one is psychology. So how are we incorporating insights from psychology, communication research, or climate communication research? Everybody who was in the session yesterday afternoon knows that there are a lot of empirical insights from psychology research, for example, concerning the knowledge behavior gap. We really have to think about how we translate this into the museum world and exhibitions. Okay. The second one I would like to touch is education for sustainable development. I think it was maybe a year ago, I was talking to a museum education professional, and she was really struggling with ESD in her institution. There was no understanding of ESD and no support whatsoever. And maybe not the stakeholders in this room, but in the museum sphere, at least in Germany, the decade of ESD was widely unnoticed by the museum field. So I propose ESD should be really the core concept of all museum education programs. And to do this, we have to identify these specific competencies which are especially suited to be learned in museums and to be addressed in museums. Not all the competencies are equally suited to be learned in museums. Okay, I will shortly touch on the broad field of sustainable programming. I mean, this is the broad basis that all the education, outreach, and exhibition activities of the museum contribute to a mind shift. And this is a nice example. It's an exhibition some while ago in Berlin Museum, and it was called The Little Ice Age. It's about Dutch landscape painting in the 17th century. So, and the pictures mostly shown frozen lakes and canals. And this was a cooperation with the geoscientists, and it was the perfect starting point to have a discussion about the anthropogenic climate change, right? And so this is a nice example how also art museums can incorporate sustainability perspectives in their programming. Okay, we're talking about transforming the whole institution. Okay, everyone wants a good life for themselves and for their kids, right? So, but we have to do something for it. But the question is, where do we start? Yeah? Where do we start to tackle these big challenges within museums? And here I propose to learn from other sectors and not to reinvent the wheel. So I'd like to introduce the sustainability management of museums as an instrument. It's an adapted management framework from corporate social responsibility, but it's tailored to the needs of museums and cultural institutions. And it's based on a top-down as well as a bottom-up approach, and it uses a broad participatory process within the museum. And it aims, of course, at improving sustainability performance in all areas. So what do I mean with all areas? The areas, the activity areas of sustainability management are 4. First one is program. This is a little bit what I talked about earlier, the mission of the museum. The second one is planet, so basically the environmental footprint of the whole museum. The third one is profit, so the business case for sustainability. This is mostly overlooked. And the fourth one is people, so it's basically social equity and also work arrangements in museums. And the question is how to implement or how to integrate this into museum practice. And I'm convinced it's good to start by addressing the areas of museums operations, so management, collection, research, education, exhibition, and so on, and then ask, okay, what is the intersection of all these areas? And it's obvious that basically all the activity areas have some importance for all the different areas of the museum operations. So this means sustainability management is obviously a cross-functional task within the museum. It can't be only a part of the collections department or something like this. Okay, there was the key question of the whole session was to think systemically. I want to wrap the talk up with thinking about this. And I actually didn't come up with an answer to it. I reframed it. For me, I think the more important question is how to act systemically. And this is the point I tried to convey yesterday also. I think we need to strengthen our role in the socio-political system. So museums will be in the future more core actors in the political sphere and drive transformative change in the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think okay, thank you very much, Christopher Garte. Is there a direct question to this very interesting concept also, how to implement really a sustainable behavior in museums? Or maybe at lunch we can get to it. So now I have another digital impulse. So yeah, we have. I have the honor to introduce Hannah Schalk. She is giving us an impulse from Manchester. So unfortunately, yeah, she can't be here. But her talk has a very promising title, I think. It says, "How to Stay with the Trouble, Reimagining the Museum with Young People." So she's going to present a project they were doing at the Manchester Museum to transform the museum to rethink the museum and to react in a different way. So I'm happy that you're giving us a short impulse here and to get inspired on to cite her proposal on how to work through the trouble, to learn to move forward and start to do things differently and better in the future. So yeah, the digital stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. Oh dear, hang on. Right, here we go. So for a while now, I've been slightly troubled because on one hand, I've been reading quite a lot of inspiring theories, and this is perfectly summed up by the quote here from Fiona Cameron, that have fundamentally challenged how we perceive our place in the world. But then at the same time, I'm dealing with the day-to-day realities of living and working in a world that basically seems to be under the impression that everything's fine and we've got it covered. Humans will save the world, it's fine, we can just keep calm and carry on. And perhaps I've been reading and thinking a little bit too much, and perhaps not though, perhaps I'm onto something here. And what I'm going to suggest is maybe this is the sort of trouble that's actually worth staying with, but I'll let you decide. So I'm going to talk about a project that took place at Manchester Museum, a university museum in the UK with a huge encyclopedic collection, where I have the utter joy but quite great responsibility of working as learning manager. And the project focused on it was part of a broader shift in our work towards ecological thinking, action and justice. And again, Fiona Cameron's really useful here because she describes exactly what I'm talking about in suggesting that museums are ideally placed to rework relations between nature and culture through practices that signal an entangled and more than human composition of the world. And this feels particularly fitting for Manchester Museum, where reworking relations between people and things puts environmental issues firmly in the middle of our mission, which is to build understanding between cultures in a sustainable world. And in line with our values, the idea is to do this to develop a new ethic of care. So since around 2018, I've been trying to figure out what this might mean for a young person's programme exploring climate change. But while I was doing all my thinking, there was a lot of action. And in the time that I've been thinking, we've seen the rise of Greta Thunberg, school climate strikes, governments declaring climate emergencies, Extinction Rebellion, and I've basically had to hit the ground running, particularly as young people have become increasingly vocal and a very powerful force in driving change. But it was against this backdrop that a chance meeting led to a collaborative project, working with some researchers from Manchester Metropolitan University's Biosocial Research Lab. And together we plotted and came up with a project in which the museum itself would be the starting point for young people to explore their own feelings and experiences of inheriting the Anthropocene, a time of great uncertainty and rapid change. And to do this, we created the Young Adventurers, which was a series of free after-school workshops for 11 to 14-year-olds, taking place in the museum and delivered over 7 consecutive weeks last summer. And 6 young people, myself and the researchers, took part in what was truly an adventure for everyone involved, since the only thing that we'd actually committed to do was to create a display. Everything else was up for grabs, meaning that it was all unplanned, which is absolutely terrifying for a museum educator. But basically it meant that after each workshop, we'd sit down and reflect on what we'd done, and this would be used to inform what we did the following week. And this weekly adventure took us around the museum as we spent time on the public galleries, but also explored the closed and restricted areas behind the scenes. We visited the stores where we spoke to curators and explored objects in our collection studio. And there was a great deal of thinking and talking because the ideal thing was unplanning really gave us the freedom to run with whatever appealed to the group. And while this all felt very much chaotic at times, over time, some of the ideas started to resonate and materialize into actions, which we showcased at the end of the project. And while there were numerous interventions and outcomes from the project that I would absolutely love to talk about and could go on and on about for hours, what I'm going to do is just focus on one particular outcome. The beautiful and strange Cabinet of Curiosity, the one thing that we actually set out to do. And both the process of creating it and the final product really helped pull things together, because as we were engaging with the objects and reimagining them outside of their formal museum categories, some themes really started to stand out around care and curiosity, which felt really important to the group, as I will explain. So in the second week, someone spotted some glass eyes used for taxidermy specimens. And these eyes became a source of fascination as they were placed on all sorts of objects, transforming and animating things, creating amusing and monstrous assemblages that made us laugh, but then made us start to feel slightly uneasy. Was this innocent or unethical? Were we being playful or disrespectful? Is it right to put these eyes on these things? Is it right to stuff dead animals? Is it right to take material from other people and places and display it in museums, or to keep it locked away in storage? The eyes started to reveal a troubling slippage between curiosity and interest, leading to knowing, naming, owning, possessing and controlling that seemed to feel as relevant to the Anthropocene as it did to the museum's colonial heritage. And care also kept on cropping up as we noticed all the signs around the museum and all the different measures that were being taken to protect objects. And we started to wonder about the unintended consequences of care, how in trying to care for things we may actually cause harm, as is the case with bubble wrap that we decided to use to absolutely pack the case with, and which supposedly protects things, but which might ironically react with particular materials, meaning that we had to put certain objects on acid-free tissue paper to protect them from the bubble wrap. And then there's the bigger picture with all this bubble wrap lingering in the environment for longer than we'd like to imagine. How caring is that? So I put my hands up and fully admit that this was a very exhausting, time-consuming project, and we only worked with 6 young people. It would be very hard to roll this out on a regular basis, but in all honesty, I'm not interested in numbers. What feels really important is the experience that came out of the process that we followed. Through the freedom of unplanning, the idea of reimagining the museum created the conditions for the group to explore the Anthropocene in their own terms. And this is not how museums necessarily do things normally. We weren't trying to communicate something or tell stories through exhibitions or host discussions about solutions and strategies, or even use objects for teaching and learning, all of which have their own place and value. But for engaging with young people in particular, the process we followed led to some genuinely deep and critical and creative work. For example, when asked what it feels like to be inheriting the Anthropocene, one participant responded, "It's like being given the Mona Lisa, but realizing that someone's drawn a moustache on it." This perfectly sums up the sense of disappointment in inheriting a world that's already been slightly ruined. But as we lingered with this idea, we also started to feel slightly troubled about our own involvement in this ruining of the world. Likewise, while everyone really enjoyed connecting with the objects and discovering the museum, as we realized that so many of the things that we were exploring had their origins in violent or questionable actions of others, we were left again with a bitter taste in our mouths. Now, I wouldn't dream of trying to teach anyone to think any of the thoughts that they thought or feel the feelings that they felt, but that the group actually encountered them on their own terms made me think that we could be onto something here. Because these unsettling feelings are precisely what Donna Haraway suggests is trouble, and trouble worth staying with, as a sense that our existence as mortal critters is utterly tangled up in the unfinished business of living in a world with other people and things. This is as empowering as it is terrifying. But it feels like an important step in the right direction, towards an ethics of care that's perhaps better suited to living in the Anthropocene. And I appreciate that this is big. I'm kind of talking about a paradigm shift here, because staying with this kind of trouble means changing pretty much everything we think of as normal, including our own assumptions and beliefs. If humans are no longer separated off from the rest of the world, we can't keep relying on blind faith in a grand narrative of human progress and development. So for me, this is contentious maybe, but the idea of sustainable development itself is called into question. And so what I hope to have shown is how in bringing together people and things, and through the type of unplanned encounters that I've described, museums can force us to confront and grapple with some really challenging ideas and feelings that may well leave us feeling a bit humbled and uneasy about our own actions and those of others, but also that we're all in this together, and that perhaps it's time that we start to care more carefully. So I'd urge museums to hold their nerve and stay with this type of trouble, because the vision of a sustainable future based on ecological justice and a parallel move towards education for future survival, with a more modest ambition of learning to live well, to live respectably and responsibly together, and to become with the world, feels like a great opportunity for museums to embrace. Thank you.
So thank you very much for this very inspiring project, I think, and something that maybe we can learn from you to stay with the trouble. Is there a question from the audience? So maybe I have one. So my question is how you are going on. So now you managed to have this, very interesting exhibition, but you are doing all of the Manchester Museum news. So what are your next steps with the young people in the participation?
Well, to be totally honest, we're still trying to figure out, we've just reopened the museum, which is exciting. And it's all crazy and strange, and trying to deal with virtual and digital encounters is quite a totally different kettle of fish. One that we've hit the ground running with. I'm not entirely sure how we will be pursuing. I've spent a few months thinking that we'll be able to get back to the museum, it'll all be fine, but actually I was far too optimistic. I think there's still going to be something really, I think what's really important is the way that encountering the objects firsthand, and that kind of physical encounter was so important to the way that thinking came about. And I don't know how that would work in a virtual sense. So I will be staying with this trouble. If anyone's got any suggestions, please let me know. So I'm not entirely sure where we're going with this. We, like everyone, I think all of our ideas and plans were thrown into disarray quite quickly. We will be working virtually with quite a few amazing students who have put together a fantastic resource around climate grief. And we are looking at how the museum can support that level of engagement with young people to connect with their emotions. Again, that would be virtually, and we'll see how that pans out.
So thank you very much and good luck. Stay persistent with the trouble, stay through it. So we have one last talk. I would go, well, it's basically also about the Anthropocene, so I think it, well, very much yeah, fits to the talk we had now. So our next speaker is Nicolas Kramer. He's the director of the Musée de la Nature du Valais. I hope I pronounce it properly. My French is not so good. In Switzerland. And well, his life is characterized by a double culture. So he connected natural science with humanities. So also something we had already, well, during this morning, how to connect nature and culture. And yeah, since 2013, he's the director of the museum, and he will give a talk about why the Anthropocene as a key concept facilitates systematic thinking. So yeah, we are happy that you share your screen and voice, and yeah.
Yes. Is it okay? Okay. Just a moment. Let's try. Okay, can I go on? Yes, you hear me? So, thank you for the invitation. The Nature Museum Valais, or Musée de la Nature du Valais, it was totally correct, has been using the Anthropocene since 2013 as a key concept for many of its activities. So in this contribution, I will share some theoretical consideration on that concept and some of our project based on those considerations. And don't forget, it is in the context of a natural history museum. So recently, I was asked to choose a topic among the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, and I chose quality of education because basically I'm convinced that education can make people more free and help them to develop skills to adapt to changing times. Many different definitions for learning can be proposed, but to me a key point is the skill to be able to challenge his own views and to make links between different knowledges. In an overall times of environmental stress, I'm deeply convinced that museums are extracurricular learning places, not only by transmitting facts or observation, but also by contributing to the development of this kind of skills that could be, of course, summed up, it was of course said before, as critical thinking. So the Anthropocene is basically a proposal for introducing in the geological timescale a new epoch called the Anthropocene by referring to the anthropos, the human or better society, that have no deep impact on Earth systems. I'm interested in that topic of the Anthropocene because it offers a kind of off-center look on the current global environmental changes. Those changes are significant in the geological timescale, in the geological history, in fact, of the Earth. But with one major difference: the present changes are solely driven by a specific biological species, Homo sapiens, only a very short period of time, some centuries probably. So despite a controversy among some geologists to formally introduce the Anthropocene in the geological timescale, that notion has a real geological meaning. So I just want here to sum up some reason why the concept of Anthropocene is interesting for Natural History Museum. So as I said, it is significant in the Earth's history. And of course, and it has been said before, it is a transdisciplinary topic that has a real has a real heuristic potential to renew the perspective on environmental global changes. And I'm sorry to say, but far from the only climate change topic. Basically, the topic deals with the relationship between society and the Earth, practically and symbolically. That both are very interesting. And of course, the previous contributions was very interesting for this. And it is grounded on the systemic complexity as an alternative paradigm to the modern dichotomy nature-culture ontology. I'm sorry, I repeat some concept that was presented before. So our museum is strongly involved in that topic, and here we have developed many projects, and we are still developing many projects since 2013. So I won't go into details here, but I will present some of them in a few minutes. So the first step was to make a room on that topic in 2014, 1 year later, because I start my job after the opening of the new museum, in fact. So I decided 1 year later to open a room in 2014 on that topic in order to make a step back on this particular exhibition that that sets the scene in different historical period and where the relationship between society and their environment changes during time. So a key concept of the Anthropocene allows to make a step back and consider globally environmental changes. And a model often associated with the Anthropocene is the planetary boundaries that offers an overall view of global changes. And what is very interesting that with this model, that we can discover that climate change is not the only important topic, and that other topics should also be tackled, as for instance, biodiversity loss. But all those topics in this model are more or less interconnected, as for instance, the land system, that is one of the main causes of biodiversity loss far before the climate change. That, of course, is more and will be more and more prominent in the future. As an example of this principle, in our 2016 exhibition on the Anthropocene, we decided to set the scene of the diversity of the environmental topics in our temporary exhibition. And because the place where we presented our temporary exhibition was a prison, a jail, the space at the first floor was segmented. That's why we used the planetary boundaries model to organize the space. And so the climate change was only presented in a single room, the yellow one on the right. And the audience, and so the audience discovered also just by walking, discover the other topics. And of course, all the rooms were connected by lines symbolizing the interconnection between all those topics. And in this symposium, we talk about the EST research, but of course, in the question of systemic and complexity is also grounded in development psychology, and especially to the topics of causality that has started with Jean Piaget. And for instance, here there's a paper from Dina Kuhn and colleagues, and where she talked about multivariable causality. Another example, research example, is from André Tiberghien, where André Tiberghien linked that topic on three other topics: specific knowledge, reasoning, and epistemology. All three topics that museum can develop because of their potential. And of course, museum can be part of this kind of research and skills development. And so, for instance, we are now part in my museum of a research project funded by the Swiss National Foundation for Research, project aiming to develop a systemic vision to understand the complex interaction between society and their environment. I cannot go in more in detail with the project, but it's very interesting because it is based on our permanent exhibition and the collection. And briefly mentioned the controversy about the Anthropocene, and this notion is in fact much broader than it, because from the point of view of the physical sciences, it deals with so many disciplines. So once again, of course, Natural History Museum can deal with many of these kind of knowledge. But more, basically, the Anthropocene is the crossing of geological and human times. That idea has a strong dramatically character because it strongly differs from an overall misconception that everything related to geology is devoted to deep and gone time. This crossing of geological and human times necessarily leads to the cultural to question cultural backgrounds of this situation, especially during modernity, because the Anthropocene as an hypothetical new geological period occurs somewhere in this modernity. So, of course, it was present earlier. This is this famous dichotomy, nature and culture. And this idea is grounded to a kind of symbolic distance with the world, as we would be in the, it is as we would be in the world, but not really part of it. That's something we presented in 2016 with this room on modernity. The audience was placed in a kind of perspective grid to put the environment at a distance, and different types of machines represent this physical world conceived as a machine. So it was also very interesting in the previous talk, because of course the idea, this idea more generally leads to question what constitute Western countries' narratives and values. And for instance, we had a room questioning the human as conqueror by nature, and tackled that idea by putting it in its historical context, a different type of conquest, as for instance, seas, mountain, and space. And of course, that's on this idea we draw our poster for the exhibition, and we call it Objectif Terre, that's Destination Earth, and that's the idea was to counterbalance the destination moves. That destination moves, in its sense, is really a classical modern mythology. And in our poster on the right, you can see that the gray lines that are like routes that are now needed to overcome the current difficulties. So, of course, different other values can be challenged, as for instance, progress or justice. I want to go more in detail, but of course, that's different kind of values that also Natural History Museum can tackle. And because of the pluri and transdisciplinary potential of the Anthropocene, we are now developing character. We are now developing with a University of Science Education an exhibition for, especially for school. This project is for us very interesting because it's neither a real pure museum exhibition nor a classical pedagogical resource, but something in between. And for this project, we are working hard with teachers from different disciplines. You can see different from, I don't know, biology, geography, philosophy, physics, and history, and so on. And from different schools for resolving pedagogical constraints and produce the more efficient project. And at the end, I would just finish with two ideas by saying some words of potential consequences of the Anthropocene can have on natural history museum, because we have to keep in mind that knowledge production and the different types of museum are basically based on the nature cultural dichotomy. So just briefly, the first one, in terms of course of exhibition, we have to have hybrid knowledge. So this topic, we have to this requires collaboration with scientists, of course, also in humanities, especially environmental humanities. And at the end, for the collection, the notion of hybrid can be applied to new type of items for our kind of museum. It is part of our Anthropocene collection with special deer trophies. And those items are perfect example of something that neither natural nor cultural, but something in between. So they are perfect object to illustrate the fact that natural cultural dichotomy is limited to renew our relation to the earth. So thank you for your. If you want to, if you need more information on your work, you can. We just wrote a paper in Curator, the museum journal, and we have a website called destinationearth.world. So thank you for your attention. Okay, I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Yeah, no.
Ah, yes, it's okay. Sorry.
Just talk. Okay, thank you very much for this also inspiring ideas. Due to time reasons, I would maybe skip the discussion if there's not just an urgent. Oh, there's, yeah? So, okay, there's one question for you. So, of course, we can.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hi.
I'm Philip. We talked and wrote.
Finally.
Just a question about the word itself or the term Anthropocene, because as you said, you want to challenge the Western narratives. How do you cope with the struggle of using the term Anthropocene itself? Because I remember a discussion last year when we had with the Carnegie Museum, and they have a curator for the Anthropocene even. So it's pretty Western, I would say. And how, yes, do you translate or communicate this?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the term itself doesn't matter for me. What matters for me is that what's happening now is significant in terms of geology, in terms of history of the Earth. But you can use other terms, the Stulocene, the Capitalocene, and there are so many. So if you go to the website destinationearth.world, you will see that at the beginning there are different other names that are proposed, and the name it's in itself for me is not so important. In fact.
Thank you, also from Philip. Okay, so I will make a short wrap up. I think in these 4 talks, we really could hear and see different ways how to feel connected to nature and culture and how to use this as well. And maybe it's a way how we as museums or learning places have an impact, and how we can well, shift a mindset and maybe lead well, to new ways of acting together. So yeah, like this, I would like to wrap up this session. Now some organizational stuff. It's, well, time for lunch. It will be at the Klima House. You know the way probably. If not, you can come with us. And then at 2 o'clock, we have 2 workshops. In the program, it was planned to have 3, but workshop 2 has to be, well, cancelled on short notice. So we will have workshop 3, Climate Imagination at the Klimahaus in the room Kyoto, close to the lunch place basically. And the workshop Dialogues here at the conference room with Thomas Brun and Caroline Frott, who's already preparing, I think. So yeah, we are happy to have you here at the workshops and well, for the afternoon of this Friday. So yeah, but first, of course, have something to eat. So thank you very much. Also to the digital participants, they are gone probably already, but we will write an email. So yeah, have a good lunch.
Hier mal ein Signal auf den Saal und stream das nicht im